Hello? Oh my god, hi? There was a moment while I was waiting for like the ads to be over and I was doing my makeup and stuff, and I looked at Red OBS and I was a little bit concerned because I thought that the PC audio was the one that was muted instead of my mic. So I thought that instead of listening to the music of the city, that you'd been listening to me singing the music of the city. Thankfully. Thankfully for all of us, this was not the case. Hello, everyone. I hope you are all well. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, hello. Peach iced tea is so good. See, up here in the Nordics, we have two iced tea flavors. We get peach iced tea, or we get lemon iced tea. That's it. You don't get any other iced tea unless you go to like a tea place. Those are the ones. That's what you get. You get peach or lemon. I've always been a peach. I've always been a peach person. I've always been impartial to the peach iced tea. That being said, I haven't had lemon iced tea for a very long time. Also, I did hydrate. You can't drink the peach one anymore? Why not? Hi, bye, Silver! Ugh. Sorry, I had to clean my glasses. Hi Lanfer, hi PD, hi Benran, hi F and Blue, hi Rules, hi Matt, hi Ben, hi Maji, hi and bye Silver. The mango green tea we had the other day, it sounds so fucking good. It sounds so good. Hi Dana. Hello, hello. Your teens are drinking Callan stuff and then around center, so you're drinking with vodka. Right. I never had that experience. I have never, like, gotten so drunk on something that I've been sick. And I think that because of that, I haven't ruined any drinks for myself like that, the way a lot of other people have. So I feel kind of lucky. I feel kind of lucky in that regard, because I didn't start drinking until I was like 22 or so, and I was pacing myself at that point because I didn't want to get too drunk. So I haven't had that same experience as a lot of y'all have. I haven't gone through. That's like a memory in my life that I don't have. If you're lucky, you can find mango iced tea here occasionally. I have never seen it. What? Apparently they sell a mango iced tea. Apparently the same brand that I usually buy iced tea of, they also have a mango flavored. It's sugar-free though. I don't even know where the store is. Oh, it's all the way over there? That's why I haven't seen it. Apparently they only sell it in like one store around here, and it's like, it's too far away for me to bother. I'm not gonna walk all the way over there, get a mango iced tea, and then walk back home again. That's too much effort. I am, as it turns out, far too lazy to do something like that. You didn't start drinking until 16. I'm at the years, not the hour. Hi, Uria. Hi, Alex. How far must a man go? Too far, apparently. As it turns out, too far. When I was walking on my morning walk this morning, I saw a delivery person from like one of those food deliveries. Not like food boxes, but grocery delivery. I saw a man from like one of those grocery delivery things delivered to my building. Reminder, there's a grocery store in my building. There's a grocery store downstairs. There's an elevator that takes you directly to the grocery store. So there's no stairs. There's no walking outside. You walk down the hallway, you take an elevator down, and then you're in the grocery store. And yet at least 2 people this morning had ordered groceries to be delivered to their door. And now, I used to have groceries delivered. Back in my old place, I lived close to a grocery store. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. I lived close to a grocery store and I had groceries delivered to my house. It was mostly because the grocery store was downhill. It was down a pretty steep hill, so I had to go down a hill and down a staircase in order to go to the grocery store. And I didn't want to carry stuff up that. I fully admit it was pure laziness. I didn't want to carry a bunch of groceries up that staircase, up that hill, and then up to the 3rd floor. But here? It's an elevator. It's one elevator. I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Hi, Bakovic! Oh my god, I can get the best viewers? Now that's a deal I'm considering. Does the grocery store have a service where they fill up a bag for you that you can pick up? The downstairs grocery store? No. That they don't have. If there's one downstairs, is it underground? Because aren't you on the ground floor? It's complicated. No, it's complicated. Maybe they're too lazy to go around the store, not so much the carrying bags part. Maybe. It's inside of like those Mayan temples. I do live in a Mayan temple, yes. I do live in a temple. There are some things that I miss about doing my groceries online. I'm not gonna lie, there are definitely some things that I miss about doing my groceries online. One is... The biggest thing that I missed from doing my groceries online was the fact that I could go to the grocery store, the website, and I could click the on sale tab. And it would only show me everything that was on sale at the moment, because that's how I would determine what to eat. That's literally like the way I determine what to have for dinner the next week was what is on sale. And it's a little bit... It's not more difficult to find what is on sale in a grocery store, but it's a little bit more like... I wander around, I have to walk like through half the store in order to find like what's on sale, and then I might pick that up, and then like I have to like walk all the way back again, and it's just... Not have a physical ad? I mean, they have signs and stuff, and there is an app There is an app that I can go to and like see like an online thing. Like they have this, which is basically just like an ad magazine thing, but online. So I can see like what is on sale, but it was so much easier to just have everything on the tab and see only what is on sale. And I kind of enjoyed that process. I enjoyed like just browsing through everything that they have and just like seeing what's available. Although when I went to the store today, I did buy pork chops on sale. And this is why I'd want a bigger freezer. Because I bought a kilo of pork chops for $3. And if I had a massive freezer, I would have bought so much. I don't even like pork chops that much. I don't even like them that much, but that's so cheap. That's so cheap, so I bought them. So I guess I'm having pork chops at some point. Also, I did just check, and that website doesn't have any... They don't... On the website, new customers get free delivery for 3 months, but... Like, sure... Brine them for a couple of hours before? Good call, good shout. They're in the freezer, so I don't have to have them, like, this week. At the very least, so... They were already frozen. Which is why I was saying, they had, like, maximum 3 packs per customer. I would have bought 3, and then I would have come back the next day and bought 3 more. If I had a big freezer, but I could only fit 1, so... But I have a kilo of pork chops now. It's not a proper modern grocery store, it's old school. Welcome to Norway! Everything is old school here. Everything is. That's just how it is. I could get delivery for free from the site, but this is again. There's a grocery store in my building. Not even a staircase, an elevator. I don't have to walk. I barely have to walk at all. I can't justify having groceries delivered. Did you get a menu substitute for the items you order? Like you order something and the didn't have it, they send someone else? Sometimes. I used to have groceries delivered to my house once a week. And I do like 1 weekly grocery shop. And I'd say every 4 weeks maybe, on average, they'd replace like 1 or 2 items. No. Does every market have their own delivery services on during a third party? Both. Some stores have, I don't think, hang on. It's complicated. It's complicated. So I know that the bigger grocery stores have like their own, like you order from the grocery store directly and then they have their own delivery people. But there's like a couple that, I don't know how they work, but there's no like big third-party service where you can order from like different stores. That's not a thing that you can do. Hi, Norik! Hello! We put a protector against that. Oh yeah, you don't really get like ads in your mailbox here. Everyone has a sticker. Every single mailbox you see will have the sticker saying no unsolicited ads. And at my old place, when I first got my own mailbox for the first time, that I had to, like, drill up onto the fucking board thingy, I didn't have one of those stickers. I didn't know how to get one of those stickers. And then one day, I just didn't, like, empty my mailbox of the ads, and then the next day, the mailman had put up one of the stickers for me. Because I didn't take the ads out one day, so he was like, oh, you don't want them? Okay. Sure, you don't get them then. Hi Nordic, hi Danny. Hello, hello, hello. You do online shopping in a store, you accidentally subbed apples for a face mask? The controller we changed means you weren't paying attention? That's hilarious. Most of the third-party services can be hit or miss depending on whoever does the shopping for you. I bet. Oh, I bet the individual person who does it for you makes a very big difference. For sure. They have a switch you can put ads, no ads. That's clever. I've seen that once. I've seen one like set of mailboxes have that. Nowhere else have I ever seen that little switch. That's clever though. I like that. They probably think you're dead. I have found out that my parents don't empty their mailbox. Cause right now, we kind of share a mailbox. Hi Mikey! We kind of share a mailbox. I don't have my own, and on their mailbox, it doesn't say their first names. It just says Mr. and Mrs. our last name. So all of my mail goes into their mailbox, and I have a feeling that even if I do set up my own mailbox, I have a feeling that a lot of it would still go into theirs. So, for now, we just kind of share a mailbox. And what I have learned is that they don't empty it. Like, my dad asked me to, like, keep an eye out because he was waiting for something when they went on vacation, and, so I've been checking it. And, they have letters in there from, like, months ago. What's the name for this? What is the name of this? What is, if a company sends you mail about, like, someone who died, and they're like, we're cleaning up, like, dead people's accounts. My grandfather died over a year ago. And I found one of those letters in my parents' mailbox, like, last week. About, like, one of his accounts that has been shut down because he died. It's been over a year, y'all. Like, do you not check your fucking mailbox? Why do they not empty it? I don't know. But I can't empty it. Because it's their mail. So, like, I am stuck now checking a mailbox every day in case something arrives to me and it's just filled with trash. One time you ordered a dozen eggs, they ran out, so the shopper substituted it with 6 boiled eggs. I'm sorry. That would have upset me. that would have upset me a lot. That's not the same. Shockingly, that's not the same. There's a bill set to pay automatically. They do everything. I have all my bills set to be paid automatically as well. They're either they get paid automatically, or I just have to go into my bank app and approve them. I'm not rich enough to have every one of my bills be paid automatically. That's like a rich privilege thing. So I have, like, the cheap ones are paid automatically, and the more expensive ones I kind of have to sometimes pay when I have the money. But yeah, no one really gets physical bills anymore here. You have to pay extra for it, so no one chooses it. You have to pay like $4 or something, depending on the company and all. But they charge extra for physical bills to encourage people to not get physical bills because environmentally friendly. Save the planet with that one envelope every month. Bite your time and pay when I save? Yeah. If you have no idea what I'm talking about and you think that I'm stupid for saying this, then congratulations. I'm so happy for you that you've never been so poor that you can't afford to pay any of your bills. Good for you. Congratulations. Shut your mouth. Just saying. Well, one letter saves the world. It does, yeah. No, definitely. Definitely. If every single one of you receives one fewer letter in the mail, then we're saving. We're saving global warming. We're fixing it. It's your fault. If you receive bills in the mail, then it is your fault. Not the giant corporations. The corporations have nothing to do with it, people. It is you. Some government services charge us extra for online pay. Why? You're making a living from everyone going paperless? Oh, I went paperless ages ago. Don't worry. I'm actively helping you. I see a vista. I see a vista. Wait, is this? I haven't seen this before. I thought for a second maybe you have to jump up there or something. Well, that can't be right. That's way too far away. I'm not helping you make a living. I think that's what you just said. I think you literally just said that I'm helping you make a living. What you choose to do with that living is entirely up to you. I can't be held responsible for that. If everyone in chat stops receiving paper bills, then let's ChatGPT generate an extra sentence. Yeah, and that's a sacrifice that I think that we should all be willing to make. I'm helping Lanford make a living, not necessarily his. Good, good point. Good differentiation. Your water bill charges an extra convenience fee for online pay, but why? But literally why? Your electric bill used to do that. They stopped that during the pandemic. Oh, they made a big push for it during the pandemic, for sure. You had a company that said they changed your bills to electronic to save the environment. They gave this information on a entirely separate piece of paper every month. Hilarious. Hilarious. Chat, we're gonna do some raids today. We're gonna do some raiding today. I decided to do pandemonium today, which really annoys me because of the spelling of it. It really annoys me. I've been upset with it since the first time I read it. Because that's an A. That's not A. It's pandemonium, and that doesn't work. That sounds stupid. That sounds dumb. I don't like it. I also keep reading it as panda. So I'm going into this already being annoyed. With no other expectations. It was indoors, right? It was the indoors one, I think. Indoors was raids, outdoors was alliance raid, or was it the other way around? The other way around. I'm doing great. I'm doing so good. Hi, Sinas. Hello. Pandemonium 1 is the meta for leveling 90 plus at the moment since the pre-order earrings still work when synced down to 90. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Maybe I'll get my warrior up. Maybe I got my word. It would be a problem if I hit level 100 with... No, it's not really a problem. It would be slightly wasted XP if I hit level 100 with Warrior before Dawn Trail, but you know what? I can deal with a little bit of wasted XP. I can deal with that. It was cheaper to physically go to a cashier and buy a movie ticket than to do it online. I feel like America, though, I feel like they... No, my Warrior is 97. It's my Scholar that's 100. I only have Scholar and Summoner at 100. And 2 at 97. I feel like it's a cultural thing in America in general that they want to do more things in person and have, like, those social interactions than we do here. I feel like that's the cultural difference. That America wants those physical, in-person interactions. We don't. We very much don't want that. Get your work to 98, park up money before he hits 100 MSQ. That might be a good idea. Because what I was going to do was save Warrior for doing the dungeons and the trials in Dawn Trail. Because I don't want to queue as the DPS. That is really all it comes down to. I don't want to queue for anything as unless I do it with NPCs. I could do that. I could also do that. I'm overthinking it. It literally doesn't matter. Worst case, I waste a little bit of XP. Worst case, a little bit of wasted XP. But you know what? I can get XP in so many ways. Do I even have the earrings equipped? I should equip the earrings then, right? Okay. Slightly lower level, but that's okay. That's fine. I found a little spoiler ledge, it's true. I found myself a little spoiler ledge. It's not as good as the one that we had at Radsa Town. It's not as good. I don't like it as much. Can I fish from here? Probably. Yes. Okay, well. Panda Bear is the second most common interpretation of its first name. It's better than the other one. It's better than the other bear. Your bosses are like that because they have nothing to do if no one is at the office. If they don't have anything to do, then maybe their jobs aren't that important. I don't mean that as an insult to like half of chat, by the way, but you know. You do mean that as an insult. You like meeting with your boss in person, the coworker you're currently attempting to help. You never want to be in the same room as. Oof. I'm sorry. I have had coworkers like that, and it's awful. When you just really like don't want to do anything to have anything to do with them. It sucks. It sucks. Why should I scan all of my own items? I'm not being paid by the store to do it for them. There's a lot of people here as well who are like very against the self-checkouts. My parents are very against the self-checkouts. My dad in particular. I don't think my mom cares that much, but my dad is like very against self-checkouts. He would never go to a self-checkout. He would rather wait for someone. Like if there's no cashier, he will literally wait like 10 minutes for someone to get there to scan out one item, then use the self-checkout. He's very stubborn when it comes to things that he's that he believes that strongly. The added delay of having to weigh each item to make sure you're not stealing adds so much time. They don't do that here. We don't have to weigh items. I've never been to a store in Norway where you have to weigh the items at the self-checkout. I literally just scan them and put them directly in my bag. And also, I've never, not since the first like month that they introduced self-checkout here, have they ever checked my my stuff. I remember when it was brand new, when like self-checkouts was a brand new concept. I'd fairly frequently get stuck in like control, where they just like look at your receipt and look at your items and then let you go. That hasn't happened in years. They don't do. I've never seen anyone be checked either. Like I don't think they do that anymore. I think they just take. I think they just take the losses, because I'm sure people steal. I'm sure people do that. But I think that they just accepted that it's less effort to just accept whatever losses they get from it. I'm sure they've done the math and figured out that this is the way that they make the most money, because that's what they care about. I should start stealing? No! I've never stolen anything. That's not true. When I was a little kid, I accidentally stole one piece of candy and I felt so bad that I went back with it later. I've never, like, I couldn't handle that. Every store is insured for a certain amount of loss. Yeah, like, they have that in their budget. So I'm sure that people, like, do steal occasionally, but I don't. You've been subjected to full check, otherwise it's only a partial check where they rescan like 3 items and go. You could make the simpiest comment ever, but you chose not to. I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of your self-restraint. I know that that was really difficult for you. I know that that must have taken a lot of effort, and you know what? Pat on the back. They knew someone was shoplifting, they waited until total value of theft was over $1,000, so it was a felony. I think they probably do that, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, guys, we're doing the raids today from Endwalker. It's called Pandæmonium, and if I remember correctly, after the final cutscene in Endwalker MSQ, they had like a little scene where they teased it. There was like a cutscene of a person going pandemonium, and then that was it. So how it ties into MSQ, I don't know. I know nothing. Pronounce it in Norwegian, just always call it pandemonium. It doesn't roll off the tongue that well. It doesn't roll off the tongue the same. Hi, Chiclet. Did I move like before you found the stream? I don't remember when I moved. Chat, when did I move? I think I moved a few weeks, months before. I moved early March. I moved, yeah, like first week of March is when I moved. You have been following since March 22nd. So yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Literally a couple of weeks. To confront the Dread Beast Pandemonium. That's it. That's the one. My old place looked cool. It honestly, I was really happy. I was really happy with my old place. It was a tiny little, it was a tiny little loft apartment. It had like the slanted ceilings, it had the sky you were in. I know, I'm aware. It had the skylights, it was great. It was a great place, honestly. It was also the first apartment that I owned myself. I bought it, and I owned it. So that was a fun thing. Had a lot of bad times in that apartment, but you know what? It was an experience. Hi, Joe. Hello, hello. You barely had enough hot water to flush down a shit. This is true. The best thing, the very best thing about moving. Oh my god. And I'm still like cherishing this on a regular basis, is that I have unlimited hot water and it is included in the monthly payment. I have unlimited free hot water. The amount of hot water that I'm using completely like outweighs any environmental good that I do by having all of my bills be electronic. They cancel each other out. It had some issues. It had some, the old apartment did have some issues, I will admit. It wasn't perfect. But, it was alright. You'd slow cook yourself if you had unlimited hot water. The first, like, month or so that I lived here, I had 2, like, hour-long hot showers every day. I became so itchy because I was spending so much time in the shower after I moved here. My skin was just, like, peeling off. It was great. I've since then toned it down a little bit, but I'm still enjoying it. I'm still appreciating the luxury of the hot water. You cherishing having a shower that is above your head? I bet. My parents remodeled their whole new bathroom and they installed one of those rain showers. One of those flat shower heads that is like against the roof. I'm a little jealous of that. Theoretically, they're not at home right now. Theoretically. I've already stolen their fan. I stole one of their kitchen pans today for my dinner. I've probably stolen a bunch of other stuff that I haven't delivered back yet. Theoretically, I could go borrow their shower while they're away. At what point would it be easier to carry your PC over? They do have a pretty nice apartment. I will admit, they do have a pretty good apartment. I'm a little jealous. I'm a little jealous. Anyway, we have a lot of story to get through. We have a lot of story. We gotta get started. We gotta get started. The raid series are pretty long, so we gotta get started. The crystal from beyond. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot, I would encounter none other than Twigs, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain of my math, so certain was I of my math that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. Dude, it's been weeks. It's been several weeks. I am Nemgigi, assistant to one Professor Claudian. We work with the Ateoscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however. So we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. You should just give in. Norik, at one point you have to give in. People would stop nagging you about it. People would stop telling you. I want the Osman mount so bad. I know that I could theoretically get it. It's just I have a lot of things that I have to do first. Oh, there's so much to do! Greetings, Twigs, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I am sure MGG has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I am Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I've been nervous about this meeting ever since MGG set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there's no greater an honor than to meet the first woman who to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlian, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. I don't, Lanfer. I want it so bad. I want it so badly. Perhaps, peerless perhaps, but for a single woman, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea of the Anti-Tower and the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin and learned of the fate that would befall this star. The final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the ITSCO, we continue our vigil. As impressive of a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we're free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you see for yourself. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. Yeah, no, we've seen that before. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. You watched the VOD up until before the Alpha Quest, and you watched the last few minutes. If you weren't used to the mood shift between those few months, you would have been worried. Yeah, no reason to worry. I didn't realize that after doing Hildebrand yesterday, I would embark upon basically a summary of all of Endwalker, but followed by Alpha. I was severely unprepared emotionally. No one warned me. No one told me that that's what I was embarking on. No one prepared me. The most devastating optional side quest. I cannot fucking believe that that was just an optional yellow exclamation mark side quest. Insanity. If we told you it wouldn't be fun. Dude. People are just like, yeah, you can do this, you have the time. Yeah, that's fine. You can go back and watch the rest of the VOD. It's honestly, it was a really good quest. Like, I'd recommend it. It's a great quest. I just was not emotionally prepared, and I ended up crying so much. The Heaven's Word Recamp side quest, yeah. Will Twiggy cry? How many times will Twiggy cry? I cried a lot. I cried a lot. It fucking broke me. You know someone. I know someone who bears a similar crystal. As I thought. You do know what this is. Please, tell me everything. Look, I've never seen him sit like that. He just sat down. And then he fell asleep. And then he just dozed off. I did the, what was it called? A heartless hypothesis. Where you follow Alpha and Omega. Omega wants to learn what it means to have a heart. He wants to understand human emotion. And you follow him around and, like, teach him what emotions are like and how they impact people's decision making. It was more relevant than you thought. Yeah, I thought that's why you linked it. I thought that's why you linked it, because you knew I did that quest yesterday. Giving a ride to your motorcycle. I want that motorcycle so bad. I want that motorcycle so bad, dude. It's $37 though. No, 32 euros. That's so much for a mount. That's so much for one mount. When I already pay for this game monthly. Ugh. I want him though. We should not teach Omega how to use Dynamis. No. This is for an emotional support alpha. I mean, it is tempting. I see. The Asians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow. But this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between the said artifacts and this crystal may prove fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Asian memories. Windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Unlike the crystal in Twigs' story, this one does not bear the mark of a convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? And yeah, we were talking about this mount. The alpha in a sidecar mount. It is so fucking cute. I love. It also runs at max speed even if you don't have the writing maps. Hey Dark Reaper, hello, hello. With the way to special ones get modern looking clothes, you don't want to buy clothing. Depends on what you mean by modern. Do you mean sci-fi, or do you mean just what an average person today would wear? Can you ride in a sidecar of another player? Yes. No. You don't ride in the sidecar. Other players are not allowed in the sidecar because that's Alpha's spot, so if you have another player, they have to hang on to the spare wheel. Yeah, no, the sidecar is where Alpha sits. So if a second player can hold on like this, they can do that, but they cannot ride in the sidecar. Yeah, no. Yeah. You mean like hoodies and regular pants, normal clothing's for us? You don't have to... A lot of them are later on in the game, yes. You don't, like... You don't have to buy them. Some of them you do, obviously, but, like, later in the game, there's more and more, like, normal-looking clothing. The wheelies were annoying when boosting them to ether current. There's several, like, I have several just regular pairs of jeans in the game. That I've gotten from just playing the game. For example. That I haven't purchased. There's several free options in the game, but you might have to, like... Since you're free to play, you might have to, like, level your Weaver and stuff, for example. Professor! Professor! Claudian! Huh? Yes? I am well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? Oh, what? Ah, yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Perhaps a more, engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. Is that gonna be, like, where the fights are? Like, in the memories? If anyone, message, come, pandæmonium, please. Faces, grave threat, star, in danger. Dude, the crystals look so good with the new update. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandæmonium? This is not a word I've heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memories into hand. Namgigi, Risanad, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Twigs, there is a person that I would have you seek. The one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandæmonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a source of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where pandæmonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message. Literally every excuse possible to go back into the past. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep this crystal in your possession. I do not think you've seen the last of its memories. And more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and maybe we meet again soon to share your findings. Makes us write our lines right. No worries. I get that. Yeah, so, I think it's like $13 a month. I prepaid for several months because it is cheaper. So I don't know how much game time I have right now, but I remember prepaying for a fair bit so that it would be cheaper. You generally, I think you only have to buy the latest expansion. And then it comes with, all of the previous ones. And a free month. But also, if you are planning to play, don't pay for it right away. If you actually do want to play, do the free trial. You know this already. I'm just reminding you. I will admit the nails are way too long. I think that there is a set of shorter nails. If receives this message. Come, pandæmonium, quickly. Oh, they're from Island Sanctuary? Well, in that case, I'll get them. I'll get them, it's just a matter of time. Ugh. Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. Or maybe it isn't? Or maybe... Or maybe not? She told me a falling star would appear before me. And I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so... literal. Ah, apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here. Or any place I know, for the matter. I should have brought my robe. I should... You know what? Damn it, I should have brought my robe. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. I was gonna say, does he know Azem? Azem. I am Azem. Let's stay consistent. Because everyone else here knows us as Azem's familiar. It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at her disposal. If you are here at Azem's behest, then I believe you can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate pandemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? I see. I believe that dispels any major doubt that I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand, this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in pandemonium. I don't think they ever comment on what you're wearing now. Very occasionally they'll make a comment on, like, you'll get a unique dialogue based on what job you have. But I'm pretty sure the only thing that will ever, like, acknowledge what clothing you're wearing is the fashion report. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communication from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as a representative of an organization that works directly with the convocation, and I have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? Oh yeah, someone commented on my tail yesterday, and that might have been the first time anyone has acknowledged that I'm a cat girl. It might have been. I don't remember. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with my main interpreter. Okay, great, cool, thank you. Thank you! No one has ever acknowledged that you're a Highlander. Yeah, they made a comment about my fluffy tail yesterday. That I was so fluffy, and so if there was a fluff hierarchy, I would be high up on it. 'Cause I'm fluffy enough to be high up on the fluff hierarchy. Being Aura would have been acknowledged earlier in the story. That makes sense, because of some of the areas. There's a couple of areas. Basically, in this game, Aura basically don't exist in this game up until a certain point. And then suddenly you go to, like, their homeland. So it would make sense for them to, in some way, acknowledge that in the story. That makes sense. Argos is the fluffiest one. Argos is a very fluffy boy. Warrior, Fluff, Argos, Alpha, Leopard, Rotom. Yeah. Being teethed in a ninja story back in 2.5. Oh, really? I haven't done the ninja story. I'm only level 35 ninja. I'm working on it. I'm working on it! I'm leveling everything. It's slow. It's slow and boring, but I'm doing it. Work harder. I'm trying! Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefits. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining access for the both of us. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star that I've been waiting for so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with a friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words. Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you. Where I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe I now understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what is to come is generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my haze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter of hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea to entry into Pandemonium. There will also be a speaker waiting out, Anagnorisis. This is too much? What, the cat ears? What, that? Dana, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Good luck tomorrow. Best of luck to you. Hey, Spreadlink. No, I'm working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're getting there. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with utmost care. You are to heed the warden's instructions at all times. Those who conducted their work within Pandemonium were called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who would spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigations, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late? The wardens have reported nothing that could cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but, you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? You could say that. You could say that. The bread speaks falsehoods. You didn't miss anything, Moji, except for, like, part of the setup. Part of the setup to the raids. We've met. That a mere familiar would have had the honor to meet Master La Habrea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to have been granted even a moment of it. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is off the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The naos that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Lethe. Let us delay no further. Alright, we'll let the ad play while we make our way over there. Oh, while we try— I haven't even— you know what? You know what? Maybe it's time I complete the map. Maybe it's time I finish exploring the map. Maybe I should do that. You know what achievement I got yesterday? Discover every location in the Dravonian Forelands. That's a Heavensward map. That's a place from Heavensward. You know, that expansion I did like a year and a half ago? You know that part? Yeah. Pre-order for Pandemonium. I think I already swapped them. I gotcha. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Now would have been a good time to go back and do that one cutscene where Emmett Selk is like, "Don't you dare get water on me!" And that I had him stand, like, right here. I really want to go back and do that again. I really want to go back and do that. Dude, this whole place is beautiful. It always has been. This whole place is so gorgeous. I haven't gone back and, like, looked at the Elpis flowers. I don't know where they are. I have no idea where they are. You missed so much Emmett Selk. Holy shit, you missed a lot of Emmett Selk. Dawn Trail, some really gorgeous views. I'm so excited! I'm so excited to play Dawn Trail! I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances. But is it true that you have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will not make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else, why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? Sure. No, yeah, no. This looks fine. It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave as portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. I don't like it. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone, or something, is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could from the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I do not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Were there any other way, I would gladly choose it. But let us at least be grateful that neither of us is alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope we can rely upon your strength to see us through. Of course, you have my promise. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to at least lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Wow, what a weirdly specific number. Then so shall it be. What, I wonder, awaits us in Pandemonium's pitiless halls? Are you supposed to remember who La Habra is? In fairness, he hasn't been, like, relevant. Or, he hasn't been a villain for a while, but he was one of the big ASEAN bad guys. Like, he was a big threat for a while. Like, he fully took over Thancred's body, like, early on, for example. He was a big bad in A Realm Reborn, yeah, but he's been... It was before I started watching, probably, because he hasn't been a big part of the story for a while, but they keep, like, referencing back to him because of how powerful he was. Yeah, dude, I am fully ready for summer vacation, and you're telling me that I have to, like, do this? By the way, if anyone wants to do it with me, send me a whisper. Otherwise, I'm just gonna queue for it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna queue. Big Bad throughout A Realm Reborn, most of Heavensward. Like, he was very scary. He was very scary because of how incredibly, like, powerful he was, but as I said, he hasn't really been... He gets mentioned still, but only because of how much influence he had back then. Hi, South! Hello! Not a on PC anymore, those who joined. That's fine! Every other, all of the other raids that I've done in this game, I've done on my own and just, like, queuing with randoms. And I imagine a lot of people are doing these right now. I imagine a lot of people are because of, like, leveling classes. I imagine a lot of people are doing this to level from, like, 90 and above, so... You're eating ice cream. Enjoy your ice cream. Gives you the things to exchange for the different armors with the flame effect. I do like me some flame effects. I do like me some flame effects. Yeah, like, I'm not anticipating having a whole lot of long wait times with these. I'm not expecting this to take long. Tank privilege? Hell fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah, I have tank privilege. This are the Endwalker Alliance raids? Yeah, like, I remember when I did Omega, for example, I was waiting for, like, 10 plus minutes. Ugh, I'll save them! I must! This appears to be one of the warders we seek. But I'm afraid he's no way of answering questions! This is the only one you've done so far? Maji! Do your raids! This keeps happening! Alright. No! What happened to my portrait? I literally double-checked it! You motherfucker. I literally double-checked it! I fucking hate the portraits! Oh, you know what? I don't want to main tank. I'm just gonna not even... I don't want to main tank. I'm okay being a useless side tank. That's actually my ideal situation, being the useless side tank, because it means that I get my tank privilege with none of the responsibility. It's actually how I prefer to do things. It's perfect. I'm saying I don't mind being the side piece. If anything... No. Nope. I don't know what the mechanic is. Okay. I see. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Easy. Easy peasy. Guys, should I make a res chat message macro? Should I do that? That types a message in chat automatically when I rest someone? I've heard you get more commendations that way because it gives you attention when you resurrect someone. So people know that you're the one who did it. I've heard it's a good way to... I don't understand. I don't understand. Everybody's standing here. Okay, cool. Okay, is this still just the opposite of what he's doing? I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. I've heard that one of the complaints... No, not one of the complaints. One of the reasons people are saying that, the dungeons in Dawntrail are so hard, or the bosses in Dawntrail are hard, is because you have to, like, actually watch the boss for, visual proofs. Which I thought we were already doing. I thought we already had to do that. Easy. GG. Thanks for party. We did it. Do you ever be chilling, minding your own business? Boom, you realize that Twiggy selfishly started this room without you and refused to wait. You know what? You're right. I'm so sorry. You know what? My bad. Genuinely, I am so sorry, Gary. Completely my fault. You know what? I'm taking it. You can't even stop me. You can't even stop me. I'm so excited to just throw all of this away because I don't want any of it. So excited. Hello? Why did my portrait not work? Hello? I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Yeah, that was summoning people as a warlock and WoW so people wouldn't summon the same dude in waste time. That's like the benefit. That's what it's really meant for. The rest macro is to like let the other healer know that you are summoning someone, so don't bother. Like that's the intention behind it, but I know a lot of people make theirs like really obnoxious because they want people to know. They want people to know that they're the ones resing. Hi Sandman, hello! The fights are more fast-paced as well. I don't mind that. I've been enjoying like the faster-paced fights. You don't call them the obnoxious ones. Me neither. Me neither. Why did you choose a picture when you're closing your eyes? Because it works with the whole blowing the kiss thing. It's intentional. It's intentional. I also changed my scholar one. I don't know what to do with my scholar portrait. I will probably change this about 100 times. I don't know what to do with my scholar portraits. And then I made my dancer one. I don't know what to do with this one either. I have no idea. I need more portrait design options. I need more choices for customization. That's what I need. I am doing shit, you rusty idiot. Maybe they expect people to get a tiny bit better. That's the thing though, Expire! That's the thing! Like, we're at the end of Dawn Trail now, we're at level 100. You should know basic mechanics, I'm sorry! But you should. They got the PvP frame? I've got one of them. I got the first one. I've been slacking because I think it's so boring. I've been slacking because I do not like PvPing. For like, I'll get it. Do we know how long this season lasts? Do we know how long until this series is over? By the way, can you hire me to design yours? 7.1? When is 7.1? Isn't it like every 4 to 6 months or something? There's a patch? October or November, okay. So I have some time. I got some time. Alright. I'll do it, I'll get through it. You've not ever seen that UI before. It's a PvP. It's the PvP stuff. 3 months from now. I can do that. I can do that. I'm not too stressed. That was a thrilling display. And if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your ether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose they were cut from the excellent cloth. From excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man here regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us unseen. Twigs. He stirs. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation, anger. I leapt at you, though I knew naught of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies, and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I am Erictonius, a warder of Asphodolus, Pandemonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium? The creations interred within Asphodolus has been set free, and stalk its halls to no ends but violence. That's not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? Erictonio, thank you. Names are really hard. No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under the charge of a keyword who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I'd become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury. Then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magic that affect the mind. Perhaps the self-same that saw you separated from the other wardens. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean the words of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Horror among horrors. So Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual, or individuals that released its captive and set it upon you. No doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here? What measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought. Were the creatures to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of La Habrea would never risk that, despite what the value the research subject may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I will not leave them behind. You would go alone? I won't leave the other warriors to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival, even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all cost. And so I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I have been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Ericthonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. Huh, I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more, you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way toward encouraging me that this matter will reach a satisfactory conclusion. So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandemonium yet hold, so for the moment, time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Twigs have set upon us. Themis and Twigs, yes? Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, in case any have followed you out. Hi, Salaborn. Hello. We fucked up really bad. Please don't tell my boss. Correct. Accurate. Hi, Rummy. Hello, hello. I know what's going down here. Yeah, this is where they keep all the hotties. Keep them locked down here in the spooky horror fairy tale land. It is very cool, though. Very emo. But also pretty cool. Also, yeah, I have, in the PvP, sorry, that was a long cutscene. With the PvP, I've mostly been doing this just on my daily roulette. That's mainly how I've been leveling Dancer. It's mainly how, it's the majority of my XP from level 90 to 97 has been my daily PvP roulettes. So... It's good XP! It's good XP! You hate Astral Legend so much? I tried it again the other day, and it's still so overwhelming to me. I feel like in order for me to get comfortable with Astral Legend, I have to play a lot of it. Whereas like White Mage, so simple. White Mage is so simple. Astral Legend is so busy. It's a little bit less busy. Actually, no, I don't think it's less busy with the card updates. I think it's just as busy as it used to be. It's just busy different. Holy shit, I'm not enjoying Astral Legend. I'm not enjoying Astral Legend, and I wish that I did, because aesthetically, it's one of my favorite classes. Aesthetically, Astral Legend and Black Mage are like my favorite classes, and I just hate playing Astral Legend. It's so boring. Ugh. But White Mage is easy peasy. Like, I am only level 50 something White Mage, but I got the hang of White Mage. White Mage is easy. Astral Legend, though, I don't know what to do to level it up. Maybe I'll do the same. Maybe I'll use Astral Legend to PvP instead. You refuse to use a Black Mage and content. It's Sage. You can heal the raid while watching Dr. House on the other screen. I still haven't tried Sage. I've unlocked it, but I haven't tried it at all. But I will on my road to leveling every single job. I'll do it. I'll play Sage. Just do that thing a few times. Yeah. I mean, I know I can do it. I know I can, like, go through leveling up everything. It's just... some of them I just don't want to play. Some of them I just don't want to do. Alright, let's carry on. We've only done one fight. There's what, 12? Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin by forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creatures both? Naturally. Although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study, go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? Not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Ah, so you have met him before. I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was a previous head of this facility. That is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in position of chief keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the worlds. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know that there was a chief keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subject is not entirely driven by duty to the words, then. You also wish to preserve the work of your mentor. You have the right of it. I am lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I am a mere warder, and I cannot wield interment magics. But of course, I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magic that we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use the interment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Habrea himself has established our foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes the very space around it, for as long as the caster wills. Indeed. While the illusory being you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understandings of how the invocations interact with natural law that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instructions. That being said, if I were to learn more of interment and its inner workings, perhaps. Leave the fighting to me. You two do whatever you gotta do. Figure it out. I'm gonna go fight. Huh. I dare say we can do just that. Erictonius, you implied that what prevented you from performing interments was the lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? Oops, sorry. I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing before. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep and we would have to start over. No pressure. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their emotions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well. Let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there's the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Twigs could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the hot waterways during my flight. Perhaps it is still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelos are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Hippocampus. Then that shall be our first target. Or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the interment's magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient state. I believe we can trust you with that task. You got it. As dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keywords magics. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be alone, but it is a daunting opponent nonetheless. The magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. You got the mount? You got the drop mount? Congrats. Congratulations. Now you can also ride a... whatever the fuck it is. Now you too can do that. La, la, la. What, Lanford? The code lasts for only 24 hours. Do you know from experience? Before you go into the next 20 hours cutscene or raid or whatever it is, yeah? You're gonna say goodnight? Thanks for hanging out, Lanford. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Have a good night. Sleep well. Fuck off. 6 minutes? Well, that's outrageous. Hello? But I'm a tank. If my portrait doesn't work this time, I'm gonna be very upset. Because it's not tied to like a glamour plate or anything. It shouldn't be tied to anything. It should just work. I hope they one day redo the portraits though. Oh, I can go through here? I thought that these were gonna block my way. I thought that was the whole point of them, that they're like a physical block. Not even a little bit. I don't know, Petey. We'll have to try and find out. Remember when I went through the game the first time as DPS and I waited like 10 minutes for every single dungeon? Every single story dungeon I had to stall and like wait for like 10 plus minutes. It was awful. It was not a good experience. I don't know why so many people play DPS. I don't get it. Why do you do that to yourselves? A party member has withdrawn. Come on! Hello? It's always the DPSs. It's always the DPSs that wait until the last minute. Every single time. Every single time. Hippo? I love this whole thing that you literally summon them. I think it's funny. His head doesn't seem fully attached to the rest of his body. His head doesn't seem fully attached. I'm sorry, Princess— Why is my portrait not working?! Princess Pew Pew? I don't understand why it's not working. I've done everything right. I've done everything right. I don't like it. I don't like the sewer tours. Uh-oh. Hello? I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what that mechanic actually does. I still don't know what it actually is. Oh no. That's okay. I've taken very few hits. I can survive taking a hit here and there. Easy. Enough research for PoE today? How much time have you spent researching PoE? How much time goes into that? That was all me. I think so. I think that everyone left. Everyone left. I just got all of the loot. Thanks, y'all. Today, 3 hours? You know what? As long as you're having fun. As long as you're enjoying it. That is all that matters. It's all that matters. I know that you have to reapply it every time anything changes, but I have done that. There's no save option because I have saved, because I did that the last time I saved anything. Like right now, 100% my portrait is just bugged for some reason. But I wonder if I swap classes and then swap back. I wonder if that somehow will like unstuck it. I wonder if that will help at all. Maybe, hopefully. I knew that you were no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the hippocampus. Seasoned fighters scarcely have the occasion to visit Pandemonium, let alone display their skills. Mastery takes all forms, indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection. In no small part thanks to you two. Themis's powers was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper mage. Truly. Having seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with Twigs, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side, to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. Yeah, like something is 100% broken on my portrait. Like if I do that... and that... like, we all agree, there's literally no reason now why this won't work. There's no reason why this won't work. There's... watch it fail again. While our success in sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other of the warders concerns me. The keyword of Asphodelos is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreats to a safe area. Holy shit, why am I struggling so much with talking? I don't know why I struggle so much. Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more you can share? Of course. A man named Hesperus is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor in each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here, in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of the instrument. They can also bend the hallways of Pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperus guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus upon arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperus is capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has, like, not taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place to be would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there, he could fly to Abyssos if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed. And we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Phoenix? I've heard that name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be one of as many attempts at the concept's gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus it was confined within the pandæmonium. Development of this concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received words that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the Warders of Pandæmonium celebrate their master's accomplishments? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habrea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandæmonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodelos' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's powers over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. The worst fight of the whole series? Great, cool. Cool. The Savage Killer? I don't even know what that means. I said it's difficult? This looks awesome though. It caused savage groups to break. That's very funny. Boy, that is orange. What? Phoenix will rise from the flood. Orange AoE markers on orange ground on orange background. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this. It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us all. At will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magics that works, that means... Let us confront that reality after we've conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to inter the Phoenix. It bothers me so much. The Phoenix, it bothers me greatly. I am the first Tri Queen. You just wait and see. You just wait and see. But yeah, the different portraits are in the character and portrait. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you need to have a gear set for them. I think that they're directly tied to the gear sets. So I think you can only set them if you have a gear set, but do not hold me to that. Because I know nothing. Are we betting on the highest amount of all stacks? You think we'll see 4? No. 2 max. 2 vulnerability stacks at maximum. Please, I'm good at this game. Please, I know what I'm doing here. Will we see a wipe? No. But a wipe? Not if I have something to do with it. Yeah, you'll see me wipe the floor with the boss. Oh, yeah, there's an ad. We'll play the ad first before the raid, before the fight, I guess. New Savage release next week. Drama always breaking out in statics. That's fun. That's fun for people like me who are not in a static and who doesn't really care that much about raiding. Can imagine static yelling at a show arguing during a sort of fight with the background music, really? See, the problem for me is, in order for me to, like, start raiding and, like, and do savages and stuff, I'd have to get enough people to want to do that with me. I'd have to get enough people who would be willing to, like, learn that with me. And I don't know if I have that. I don't know if I have that, nor have the time. Get friends? It's easier said than done. It's easier, as it turns out, it's easier said than done. Norik, can you just, like, play and catch up and then do, like, hardcore raiding with me? The other problem is that it's so time consuming because every, like, static that I see, there are people who are requesting, like, oh, you have to do this for, like, 2 days a week for 4 hours each time. Like, that's when we raid. And I'm like, that's a time commitment that I don't want to make. That's a time commitment that I simply... That's peanuts. Yeah, that's for a casual group. I'm like, I don't... Top tier statics are 16-hour days. No, I'm alright. No, I'm good. We're quite close to reinstalling it, praying for the game, and then having to invest time in it. It's just rough. I get it. I get that that is not for everyone. Wait, I didn't notice! It worked. Okay, we're good now. We're all good! I don't like orange. I don't, as it turns out, I don't like orange. Okay, well, we're above 2. We're above 2 stacks. I didn't die! Do we kill the darkened fire? No. No, we do not. Get away from them, though. I feel like my eyes are starting to hurt. Ooh! Hoo -hoo! About that wipe! I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I was alive. I lived. I didn't die. I lived. So like, clearly I was not the problem. Clearly, I wasn't to blame, because I was alive. Did I steal aggro? I don't want to be main tank. You know what? I don't want to be main tank. I don't wanna. Don't make me do this. Come here, bud. Come here. Come here. All I hear, by the way, is my own battle cries, and I love it. I love it forever. Nailed it. Nailed it. Hi, Mikey. It was a hard fight. It was a really hard fight. We wiped on our first try. But we did it. We did it. It was very stressful. It was very stressful. Hi, Sato. Hello, hello. Yeah, way too orange. It was simply way too orange. You spent 85 million, what, gil? The dark advice. Yeah, someone in chat was, someone in the chat was calling out mechanics. And then someone else was like, I know how they work. And then they were like, well, someone doesn't. Well, someone here doesn't know how they work, or we wouldn't have wiped. With that, the phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet a matter of this arena. As you told us, there is but one person in Asphodel with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though, fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. This is the only thing I prefer about being a scholar over being a warrior. For like cutscenes and stuff, that if you draw your weapon in the middle of a scene like this, if you're a scholar, book. I draw my book. And it will never cease to be funny to me. Especially during the time where my book was the Moogle book. Which makes like a little Moogle sound every time I drew it. It was so fucking funny. It was so immersion breaking. It was so immersion breaking that like, oh, you will face the wrath of my book. Boop, boop. So funny, my favorite thing in this game. With some server hopping, buy another server selling your own, you'll make tons of million gills in no time. But I don't want to do that! I want to earn my money! There is someone in this game, in this chat. I don't know if they're here now, but there is someone who pretty much only does that. Pretty much only like trades on the market board and just makes money. And I'm like, yo. I would be so bored. I'll see if I still have the Mog book. I think I still have it. We'll see, and I'll show you the dramatic book reveal that happened in every like cutscene like that in the game. It was so funny. I don't have a lot of money in this game. I've been like steady at about 3.5 million gil for months now. For months and months, my money hasn't really moved in either direction. So I'm at like 3.5 million gil, although I do have about 1.6 million in my retainers, but I consider that savings. I don't touch that. I consider that just like emergency money. I remember Avion being very concerned, very upset about the fact that I didn't like withdraw the money that was in my retainers. I just leave it there. The most I've had is 3.7 million, I think. About 3.7. The more expensive mounts. There are some mounts that I want. One of the birds that I have, you get it from these feathers that you get in the level 90 treasure maps. So I got 2 of those, and then I bought the last one. for 200k. So, like, there's a couple of amounts like that that you can just outright buy if you don't do the content. You don't have 2 million. What is the... Does anyone know when server hopping... When data center travel becomes available again? Have they posted, like, a date on that? Should be Tuesday? Okay. Would anyone be keen on doing treasure maps? Would anyone be keen on, like, bringing some treasure maps and doing that on stream one of these days? Not for, like, a whole stream, of course, but just for, like, a couple of hours, maybe? Because I have a bunch of the level 90 ones, and it would be fun to do. It would be fun, and also, there's a bunch of stuff and money that I want, so... You're playing on the wrong data center. You should have thought about that. You should have thought about that. You made a mistake. I say that as someone who played through all of A Realm Reborn twice because I played it once and then realized that I wanted to play on a different data center. So I know. I know what it's like. You got 300 ones, but I can't do the 100 ones until I get through Dawn Trail. I can't until... I mean, we could wait until the end of Dawn Trail. I don't mind that either. I have a bunch of maps. We could do... Yeah, we could travel to... we could do that. That's also a possibility. Do it on Australia or Dynamis. I know a lot of people... I know a bunch of streamers are, like, doing big content on Dynamis just because people can travel over there. In theory, they're adding, like, continent travel as well, right? Haven't they talked about that? Wasn't the traveling to the Australian data centers, like, a part of testing that? Traveling between continents? Because I'd love that too. One day. Okay. Someday. Someday in the future, TM. I see. I understand. Cool. Great. Alright. We'll talk about it, though. We'll talk about the whole, like, doing treasure maps thing, because, I got money to make. I got money to make. And I've only done treasure maps once, and I'd love to do that more. Anyway, gosh! God, we have story to get through. I had hoped that our suspicions were misplaced, but alas... Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved pandemonium? Pandemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast. Unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. Oh, Erictonius, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you've never been the one for insight. Why, Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity. I shall... mediocrity... Words are difficult! I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you are not the Hesperos I know. Something has worked you, too, from the inside. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was all that a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content. Is he the one who drops the vampire bat? I know that there's a vampire bat minion. Is that from him? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers make the bile arise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about La Habrea. This is such incredibly good villain music. I've always loved this as like the villain bad guy music. It's so good. Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities. Beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality. I have become one with our mythic creations and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemethios, I shall serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful until the end of days. And he shall require no other. I think not! Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Erechthonios is more than capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of the interment. Both how to wield it, and how to break free of it. Twigs, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is clear his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Can't hear stream, but I have to say there's something very unthreatening about a villain who wears glasses. Lefay knows how easily bested you are if you're wearing glasses. She knows better than most of us. Weaklings as they may be, it takes singular aptitude to master interment so quickly. To say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Hang on, I have to do something real quick. I have to do something real quick. She can't hear the stream, so I have to tell her in another way. If she can't hear stream, I have to communicate. I have to communicate in other ways. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing, where they fritter away their strength and calming the beast of Asphodelos. I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Erechthonius. Even dullards have their uses. Do I always write in all caps? Yes. Yes, I do. I always write in all caps. Oh, unless you're talking to Lefay. Both of us. Both of us, yes. We know who you do. I'm getting a lot of material, though. These will still sell for a fair bit. These will still, like, sell on the market board for a fair bit. I think that's the first thing about you I don't like. The first thing Even? Not even the fact that I don't talk over cutscenes? Huh. They sell for 3 to 400 gil. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Never mind. I mean, it's still a few thousand for all of them. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelis himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericsonius worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Materia will sell good next week. I've heard that Materia sells really good on like new releases of new difficult content. Yes. I've heard this to be the case. Much as I am loath to disturb Ericsonius so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it'll do him well to speak of recent events, concerning both the keyword and his father. Na, 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 na. Who wards the warders? Yeah, so there's new gear and savages being released, so a lot of people are going to be buying. A lot of people are going to be buying thingies. Maybe you can make a buck or two. Yeah, you probably can. You probably definitely can. Also, yes, I can get the dice from the Island Sanctuary to make money, but I don't have any of the minions or the mounts yet. I don't. My problem is I'm saving up for all of the minions and the mounts and glams and stuff before I can start making money. You got hundreds of tier 11 materia. Did you buy them or did you earn them? Because, like, I know that you can get them from the Judies. I know you can get them from some of these. I know that, but hunt trains? Ugh. How does it always come back to the hunts? How does everything in this game, how does everything always come back to the hunts? Damn. So feels like you have the best agility buff in WoW that can only be culture in the winter. That sucks. That sucks. You took Clyde to get to the vet to get his blood pressure checked. You did not realize how stressful that is for an animal. Did he have high blood pressure? Wait, how do they check blood pressure? How do they check dog blood pressure? You never joined a hunt trait, way too much effort. I only join them when I see, like, in FC chat that someone is mentioning hunt train starting here and here. And then I just go to the zone, and then I just follow where they tell me to go. But that's another reason why it'll be good for me to, like, get to the end of Dawn Trail, because then I can do the Dawn Trail hunt trains, because no one really does, no one prioritizes the Endwalker and Shadowbringers hunt trains anymore. So I want to do that. It's the same way as I do ours. The little dog arm squeezer? The experience is something they don't enjoy. Is it because it's squeezing, like, too tight? I had no idea that that would be so stressful for them. The mount for hunts from Dawn Trail. I need to get the other mounts first. Dude, there are so many mounts I need to get. There are so many mounts I need to get. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. Ugh. The creation of the ward which surrounds pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess. A feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I am La Habrea's son, bereft of his talent for magic or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you'd practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with La Habrea. It was La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief key ward before La Habrea. She's your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You have the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. I see there is little love lost between the two. What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when there was already one in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop in compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us, an expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of La Habrea, while he's lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances. I must admit that he oft comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course. There are more pressing matters at hand, after all. Namely, how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means that he's vulnerable to interments. Is it interment or interment? In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough to merely confine him, after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put La Habrea's own work in risk for trade of some nebulous power. La Habrea is the chief keyword for the pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has it as a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters? Or would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? If you fail to confine him, I can strike him down. I'll fight. I'll do it. I want answers too. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you are so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well. Let us try Erictonios' plan. Thank you, Twigs. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hespero spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Ricolakas, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. Likely, that is a creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. He's fine, I'm glad, I'm good. Good. If his blood pressure was high because they feared hypertension. Yeah. I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad he's fine. Good. Okay, so this is the fourth circle. So we'll do this, and then afterwards I gotta take a short break. After this, I gotta take a short breaky. That was quick. Having an old dog is great. Yeah, no, I'm so excited for when Link starts showing like any sign of being old. So far he doesn't. I think that he's starting to go blind. I do think he's starting to go blind, but it's really the only sign of him being old that he shows. Vampire Daddy. You have a sudden urge to play Castlevania. He took his glasses off? Well. They was right. Smart boy. Smart vampire boy. I assume don't stand out loud. And don't walk into the spikes! I walked into the spikes. I got pushed into the spikes. I fucked up. I fucked up. I've been covered by a blanket. I thought it was gonna do the same as the other one. It did not do the same as the other one. Okay. I understand. A lot of death on this fight. On this fight in particular. Cool, cool. Oh boy. It's okay, I'll heal myself. Did you do this? These fools following the tank in the fight for tank privilege doesn't work. Tank privilege did not work. Not at all. Wait! What was the lyrics? Nosferatu, I want it. Oh, shit! Nice. I'll take these. Don't worry. I'll take them. I'll take them. I'll take all of it. Don't worry. You don't have to take the. You don't have to take the trash. You don't got it. You get the accommodations. Don't worry. Nosferatu has become mine. Watching the fate. I got an achievement called "Could Be Worse," and it reminded me of you. That's all. It just made me think of you. You get the comp for being the only one who hung around long enough. Accurate. Now, Themis, we end this here! Fools. I will not be put in chains. To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformations, the secret of my deception. They shall return to the star with me. You're wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, yes. My repertoire is not exhausted yet. However, although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You're better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all of that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatter. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate has chosen you, but not him, to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did his jealousy become that he sought verboten power. Power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warps one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. May we introduce you to my best friend, love of my life, biggest stalker, the one and only Xenos. It's not as uncommon. It's not as uncommon as you might think. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing. But perhaps that signifies naught but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times. A person you trust to guide you through. How it is to desperately wish their light will fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find other warders around the remaining creations forthwith. And round up the— Jesus Christ, I'm struggling with reading. Of that at least we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in the matter. The influence of Hesperus' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is a perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original states. Seize control? Can you really do that? What? What is this presence? Erectonius. What lies beyond that threshold? That is the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. A warning sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Alright, well, I have to go take a break. I'm gonna go take a 10-minute or so break while we let the ads play as well. I'll be back as quickly as possible. PD, I'm assuming you're going to bed while I'm gone, so have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. I'll try to hurry. I'll be back as quickly as possible. I'll leave you with this. If you feel you have to, you better leave. No more stream for you. I mean, if you want to still hang out, you are more than welcome to. It's just every single time I take a break, I come back and you left while I'm gone. Good night, Delulu. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be back as quickly as I can, but expect me to be gone like 10 minutes or so, and then we'll carry on. return. Hello, welcome back. Ugh. Sorry for the longer break. I don't like taking longer breaks. Oh, I forgot, I never turned the background music back down either. Here's the problem though, I don't know what it used to be. Dude, my volume settings are a fucking mess. My volume settings are a whole damn mess. Also, you can choose listening position to be your character instead of being the camera? Interesting. Interesting. What's the performance volume? I don't know. I was gonna say, oh, player effects volume. I can turn those down for party and other NPCs. I don't need that to be at max. I wonder if it is... Oh, it's the bards? Interesting. Okay. Okay, cool. I want my listening position to be my character. I want to see how that works. That means no more angling my camera to hear things. And you know what? This might be good. I never knew that that was a thing. I never knew that that was a thing. Okay. Cool, I guess. And when can we get the tingly treasure sound? It's not on the boat, it's under the camera. I love that you can choose it. I love that you can... No one has ever told me that! No one has ever mentioned that being a thing. Now we know, though. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's trouble. For the record, I'm still here. Hi, PD. My head is still swimming with questions. But could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. What? Are you saying that you think there might be another level under Abyssos? A third level? Crazy. When we first encountered you, you said that the memories of your escape were vague, and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that the same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer to a power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed. Our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments. For more potential, Hemithoi? If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose your heart yet, Erichtonios. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemithios, then the rest of the Wardens are still alive. However, as much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I retain control of these circles, and thus can wield Interman's magic with their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that! Then nothing is stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining wardener, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? 'Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearances. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help. Should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Erichtonios and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I am able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you too, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know of what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the hippocampus' assault. Each of us have arrived at a dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. Thank you, Thermus. Hesperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we have come this far, and together we will reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Twigs her rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Is this the next patch versus just a normal rest? I don't know. I don't actually know, like, in what, like, how these get released, like, in how, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. I don't know if they released the whole thing at once or if they released them in sections. I'm so annoyed that I don't... It wasn't sections? Okay. I'm annoyed that I don't remember what my background music was set to. Because this feels a little quiet, doesn't it? But it's at 75. I don't know. I don't know what it was at. Well, welcome, Twigs. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So, what did you find? This sounds about right, wasn't it? About the same as before. So there is evil afoot in Pandemonium. An already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly, we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Twigs heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed. It could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, ilm by ilm, we shall unveil that mystery. With the help of Twigs, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, and yet she returned to the same present that she left. Which can only mean one thing. That her intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. There is no telling what consequences would arise if we stop pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples should carry forth into the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon the history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beast that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the aeons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, and we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandemonium? Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. Ah, it shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as a matter of Elpis seems to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. Go the fuck away! Go to bed! Me too, PD. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Mylene? Jesus Christ. No one has normal names. No one has normal names. Normal pronounceable names. Mylene is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here, and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras, and would give you goods in return that should aid you in your trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of your events you have reported here, NemGG has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental. Something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor, no reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found in that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. Hi, my name is Nori Kaelne. Is that what you're naming your character? Is that what you're naming your Final Fantasy character? No? It should be. Cool. This seems very promising. This seems very promising and safe. Cool. Cool. If they always do the raids in segments, though, then that means that I'm gonna be playing the raids as they come out. Obviously not the first patch, because that's already been, hasn't it? Y'all, I'm so close to being caught up. I'm so close. It's gonna happen. Twigs! I made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers. And I must say... Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand it all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Twigs. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Ahem. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With the crystals that had ripped upon the ethereal tides containing the memory of a party yet unknown, they cried out for deliverance from pandæmonium, where ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of divine monstrosity brought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Eritonios, was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos. But the greater threat remains. In the depths of pandæmonium, a presence yet stirs. Its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memory stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggests a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. That can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us? Or will Twigs grace us with her presence? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusino. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within pandæmonium, where it all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistant, I would ask that you remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I've already commissioned a ship and a pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Yes, after this questline, I only have the Alliance raids left, and then we go straight into Dawn Trail. I predict that we don't finish this today. We finish this on Thursday, and then we do the Alliance raid series on Friday, and then we start Dawn Trail on Sunday. That's my prediction on how this is going to go time-wise. That's how I played it out in my head. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. Well, I cannot fault him for his excitement. I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke to only you last time, none but the Professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seems to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he will be back to his usual self. As for you, Twigs, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have to have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's our whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the Ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Twigs has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake, as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Of course, it is possible that I just end up doing a really long stream tonight and finishing this today. That's also a possibility. I haven't decided yet. Why you decided to make 3 mugs of coffee at this time? I have no answers for that. I have no answers for why you decided to make 3 cups of coffee now. Oh? I don't hate this. Is that shocking? Yes! I'm used to hating all of these. Oh, that's pretty. I've seen this. I've seen a lot of people wearing this. It's very pretty. I do like this. Oh, that could be a good Reaper look! I can't dye it though. Do you need a Savage to dye it? I don't know if I want it in white. But I don't have any of those classes. Also, this has the second cape. I actually really like this. Savage is dyeable. Damn it. Okay. Nah. I really like this. This is very pretty. With this, I can't use the gloves that I want to use for my caster, so I might not use this for caster. No, I don't want to do Savage. I don't want to do Savages. Oh, god damn it. But look how good this looks! But look how good that looks! What about the healing one? Damn it, I love the back of this. This is very pretty. God damn it. Right, this is the one that you see everywhere. I never understood it. I've never understood this. Good night, Petey! Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a lovely night. Thanks for being here. It's a ring of fire. It is literally a ring of fire. And I keep seeing this. Like, I've been seeing this since I started playing the game. And I've never understood... I've never understood the ring of fire. It's very obnoxious that it's just a giant ring of fire. And I've never understood it. Like, this I understand. This I get. You know? Like, I understand this. You don't have to explain that. Fire shoulders? No, look, I get it. This is the healing one? It's awful. Nah. Hate that. Sorry. What about the last tier? What now? This is just... hey, you're playing a tank, but do you ever wish that you could also have sage weapons? Do you sometimes wish that in... Ooh. Oh, this is actually pretty cool. I don't like the front. I love the back. Very interesting. I'm still confused. But the back of this is very cool. What about the healing one? Casting and healing. Ready to be disappointed. I've seen this. I've seen the healing one at least. I love the sparkles. I have to say, I'm a sucker for clothing that sparkles in MMOs. I'm a sucker for clothing with, like, big visual effects in MMOs. So, like, the sparkles, I dig it. What about that died? The big question I have is, does it dye the sparkles? No, but that's very pretty. That is... That's very pretty, though. What about, like, a dark green? This is one of my favorite dyes. No, I don't like that. Oh, could work. But yeah, I like the sparkly. I like the sparkly. You know what? The skirt's not bad either. I'm gonna be honest, I kinda dig the skirt. What about the shoes? No, awful. Horrendous. Okay, that's all I needed to know. And this is the savages. I don't want to deal with that now. I don't wanna, I'm good. They are my favorite raiding gear that I've seen so far. I haven't liked any of the other ones. I haven't liked any of the other gear from any other raid series in this, so I'm happy that I actually, like, don't hate them all. At the very least, there's that. Fourth double S rank? Look at you go. Look at you go. Anything that kills the bitrate. Yeah, except the Ring of Fire. I don't understand the Ring of Fire. I don't understand why there's a massive Ring of Fire. I don't get it. You seek the records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading to once again have to scour the archives, but perhaps I'll rest for a spell. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for we have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erictonio's capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the naos to the Pandemonium. Question, Celeborn. Do you use a website to, like, see where the hunt targets are gonna be, or do you just run around and find them randomly? Because I know that there's a website, Falloop, or something like that, where you can, like, track hunt targets. You're in a Discord, okay. I see, I see. Fair enough. Oh, this is way further away than I thought. I am tempted because of how quickly I'm burning through my Aetheryte tickets. Because of the sheer speed of which I am losing tickets, I am tempted by the prospect of these hunts. Not the Philippe ones, there's another one though posting those. Okay, fair enough. I see, I see. I just think Falloop is funny to say. As I pondered our expedition over Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether be it for good or ill. Hesperos and Erictonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a singular individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I felt gratitude towards my mother and father, and yet, we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars that I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could easily be ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including that of Word of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot help but feel that the Academia and Anator would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of pandemonium's constructions does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of the creations kept within pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So, if pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you are suggesting, but the keyword also holds some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although, I admit as of late, their communications has been somewhat sporadic, but we recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Really? And you are certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That'll be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the Warden's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, to that we can both attest. One of his remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. A lot of people are using other means to get an advantage to acquire locations by spawning hunting marks. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. The bread's peeps is telling Porkies. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're trying to say, Warmonger. Oh, illegal tools to spawn hunt marks or to like figure out where they're spawning. Illegal Allegan technology. Fucking Allegans. It always comes back to the Allegans. Where the spawn location is. I see. Okay. There's always someone. There's always someone who needs it all to themselves. To ruin the fun for everyone else. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill. As does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Erictonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Hi, Jones. Aren't you supposed to yell Surge every time you drink a bit of Surge? Well, I would if this was called Surge, but it isn't. You're good, you're fine, I understand. It's an easy mistake. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be the victim of my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such single-minded efforts, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature. A familiar of the Phoenix. But that monster is locked away. That it is. In spite of the trouble that I went into freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelis wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you, and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there's no such need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know of what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I have not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless. What? Ah, ba 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 ba! As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigns to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull as you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. Ugh, there's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Starting to think, yeah, I think that this La Habrea guy, he's a little mean. He's not a very good guy. He's simply not very nice. Hi, Rhino. Okay, hello. Thank you so much for watching. First of all, thank you so much for watching my Endwalker video. I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you for coming in here. I'm enjoying this game tremendously. I really am. I have been enjoying this game so much. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. I fucking love this game. I fucking love this game. Too much. A lot of people say too much. I don't. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. A lot of the other villains were pretty nice guys in this timeline. A lot of the villains in this game are genuinely pretty good. Not in the sense that they're good people, but at the very least, like, they have good intentions. That's why, when we did the quest yesterday, and we were asked, like, do you think that any of these people were justified in what they were doing? I said yes, they were all justified in their own way. Because anything that the villains in this game have been doing, they haven't been doing just because, oh, I'm so evil, I'm gonna kill people just to kill people. You know, like, they all had their reasoning. They all had... They all genuinely thought that they were doing what was best for them and the people that they loved. And... This is what I like so much. This is what I like so much. The fact that, like, I kind of understand the villains. I'm not saying that they were justified in what they did, but I understand their reasoning. I understand why they did the things that they did. You know, I get it. And I think if I can't in any way understand a villain's motivations and like their reasonings, then I don't think that they're a very good villain. If I can't in any way be like, you know what? Shit, I get it. Then I don't think that they're written as a very good villain. I don't want my villains in a game like this to just be comic book evil and just killing people for the sake of killing people. Or trying to end the world just for the sake of ending the world. Even the people who legitimately wanted to end the world and kill everyone in it, they did it because they thought that that was the kind thing to do. They genuinely thought that it was the kinder option. And I think that's really fascinating. I think that's fascinating as a concept for like your antagonist. I'm waiting until the outbreak is over, by the way, in case you're wondering. We're gonna let the outbreak play, and then we'll carry on. We're gonna wait until ad break. Tomorrow is my day off, and I'm literally just planning on spending it playing Final Fantasy. All I plan on doing tomorrow is, I made a bunch of food today. So like I have dinner. I have dinner for tomorrow, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna play Final Fantasy. I'm gonna level up side jobs. I'm gonna level up crafters. And I'm just gonna chill. I'm very excited. It's been dialogue heavy. It is! So the raids and the alliance raids in this game, they are very dialogue heavy and they're never voiced. So there's a lot of reading. Like, at least with the raids you have a bunch of fights, like... it's constantly broken up by fights. The alliance raids will be a quest series that is roughly as long as this, but it will only have 3 duties. They're split up into raids and alliance raids. So the ones that we're doing right now, the equivalent of Shadowbringers is Eden's Gate. So we have the four different sections. We have Eden's Gate, we have Eden's Verse, and Eden's Promise, and then you have 4 fights, 3 sections, then 4 fights within each of these, right? The alliance raids are only 3 fights. In every single one of them, the alliance raids are only 3 fights. However, they're much longer encounters. They're much longer encounters, so... it's a little bit of a different vibe. I have no idea what the story is in this. I have no clue what the alliance raids are gonna be like. I have not even a single clue. There's lovely reading kudos for sticking to it. Thank you! I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I try. I would struggle watching someone play this, I think, if they didn't read things. Because that has to do with the fact that I'm a lurker, mostly, so I'm not necessarily going to be, like, sitting and, like, reading everything myself. So I think I'd struggle watching someone who, like, wasn't reading things out loud, so I try to do that. Alright, ad break is over, so we can carry on. Masks of the Father. The text in this game is so small you can't really read it even if you look. That's fair, especially when watching it on stream. It is possible to make the text boxes larger. I could do that. Maybe I'll do that for Dawn Trail. Monitor you have stream sounded like 2 meters away. Okay, well that's a you problem. That's on you. I can't do anything about that. Ugh. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the There are a few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as a veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he's capable of this? Yes. Yes, I do think he's capable of this. I think he's not a very good person. He's capable of far more than you know. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings us closer to his goal, if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be the one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe that there are no depths to which he will not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods were ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There is one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into pandæmonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomfiting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of pandæmonium. We can safely assume that the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Eritonio's side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? I got it. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This spell will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. You find it hard to accept that Reese is not freezing your damn ass off in the background of the conversation. No. I'm a cat girl. I have protection. I can wrap my tail around myself. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, aren't these gonna be on this tab? But that's for current content. The second tab is for current. I just realized that the dungeons are moved as well. I'm not in current content anymore. There was a brief period of time where I was in current content, but so long. So long, I guess. Hang on, I gotta give my dog a little pet. Gotta give my dog a little scratch. your entire shift on your way home now. Safe drive home, Remy! Safe drive home! Time flies when we're having fun, it's true. Devour P5. Should I be scared? Just... like, I've gotten my ass kicked in these. I've gotten my ass kicked in these fights so far. You'll see. Well, now I am scared. Well, now I am worried. I want to see to be considered logging out a couple of days. I didn't even get a couple of days. I got a couple of hours. I got a couple of hours of to be continued. You're going to have fun. Well, now I'm even more worried. None of this is comforting. Yeah, I got like 9 hours of to be continued. This time, no. This time, though. It's 5p, the 5th P. Some say the best P. Two years of stalling? I was not stalling! I hate that this is like the reputation that I have now. I am unhappy with this. 2 years of stalling, 8 hours of to be continued. I want my proper to be continued. I want my proper to be continued. And I'm getting it. It shall be mine. If you're peeing that much, I think you need to see a doctor. I think I pee very little. I think that, I think I generally pee less than a lot of other people. Why are there cages? Who goes in the cages? Uh-oh. I see spikes, my mortal enemy. For a girl, you pee like nothing? Look, I was once on an 11-hour flight and I didn't pee a single time. I didn't get up to pee once. Sometimes I have to remind myself that, hey, holding your pee for a really long time is not a good thing. You're not actually meant to hold it in, like, at all. I am going to get so murdered by these spikes. I'm gonna follow this tank. I'm gonna follow the other tank. They seem to know what they're doing. Hungry? thought it was the sound of someone's spell. No, 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 no. That is just what I sound like when I attack. That's what that noise is. Yeah. That's my character's battle cry. It's very intimidating. Dude, this music slaps. There, Carbuncle. Everything will be okay. I just noticed their name. This is very funny. Also, I forgot, I changed it. Oh god, we're gonna be hearing a lot more of my battle cry, guys, because I changed the settings so that what I'm hearing is now based on my character's position, not the camera's. I forgot that I changed that. Because that used to be based on, like, yeah, we were looking up the settings before. I have no idea what this means. We were looking at the settings before, and, Uh-oh. 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 It's okay, we won. It's a slider you can set from 0 to 100. Which is so funny. You're supposed to see way more of this fight. I keep hearing that that's a thing, that we're like skipping a bunch of mechanics because people are killing them so quickly. I keep hearing that that's a thing. Oh, it's just me left. Was he around like made the Viera playable race? No, I've only been playing for like 2 years. I first started playing the game like 2 years ago, and before that I had literally zero idea about anything Final Fantasy XIV related. I knew nothing. Google Viera Voice 7. Stop this. Stop that. What do you mean? Who did that? Who No, those are fine. Those are fine. The emote voices, perfectly fine. I don't know. Those are alright. How do I mod this back into the game? How do I mod this into the game so I can sound like that? That's what I want. That's so fucking funny. But yeah, we're gonna be hearing a lot more of my battle cry. Because I changed it. Before, the sound, the location where we would hear voices and like sound from was the camera. Now we hear what my character hears. So there's gonna be a lot more. There's gonna be a lot more of Catgirl Voice 5 in your future, so look forward to that. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with the poisons and venoms. Erictonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appeared particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. For a moment in that one scene, it looked like Twigs had her belly button pierced. I don't know if that's a thing you can do in this game. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, and that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. I'm sorry. Do I know you? Am I supposed to, like, recognize you? Do we know who you are? La Habrea. Passively perceptive. Yes, I am La Habrea. Of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. Ugh, what is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erictonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Erictonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erictonios, wait! There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as you are. I have my answer. The La Habrea I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with his face. Farce! Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter! You have no right to claim that form? That mask? What? Who? It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty.
Friend.
Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on what you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erictonios, listen well. I am Hephaistos. And it is I whom you should call father. I'm trying so hard with the names. I'm trying so hard. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return you safely, so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. Rayongi, thank you so much. Thank you so very much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That means so much. Thank you. He has the same voice in the after credit scene, so it's hardly a secret. You expect me to remember? You expect me to remember a single character in this game, like ever? You think I have the memory for that? This I feel like it hints to us being deceptive instead of like, oh, other people have deceived us before. You're still Themis to me. It's weird. You're putting it out there. That's fair. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please, help him. Save him. As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azam and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azam and I nor had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so similar to herself was out there, amused Azam to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vana, who held the position of Azam previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe that you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. I don't know how long it's been since last we spoke, La Habrea. And truth be told, I'd hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think that I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he a spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe that you only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply solve themselves out? I suppose you do deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azam and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the key wards, stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestos' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name that I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is a product of experimentation gone awry. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the rambling of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped the view of the world irreparably. And now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective ward, he shall invite disaster onto our star. As chief key ward of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? It is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yes, as you can see by Eric Tonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Asam and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea the trials we've endured, the foes that Twigs has stood against. Twigs, is it? A being of such ether that as I have never seen. What are you? She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Twigs. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. Bye, Monty. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Safe drive home. Hi, Delicans. And hi, Zachariah. I saw you come in as well earlier. Hello. Many lives will be lost, but that is a price that I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to do that. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah. It is too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we have managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there is merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus, the emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you have walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you will find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgments. At present, there are merits both in destroying pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers. And neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Twigs' might, and Erectonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and then only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of pandemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you are even more tedious than I remember. Twigs, come find me when you're finished. Erectonios. Erectonios is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. Hi, Britt. Hello. I hear rumors that you and I will be playing Dawn Trail roughly at exactly the same time. I hear rumors that we are going to be playing Dawn Trail simultaneously. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. You start tomorrow. I will probably, at this pace, oh boy, at this pace I'm starting on Sunday. Depending on how, I've planned it out so that I do roughly half of Pandemonium today. Tomorrow I'm not streaming. Friday we finish Pandemonium. Thursday we finish Pandemonium. Friday we do the Alliance raids. But I don't stream on Saturday, and then Sunday it's dawn trailing time. We'll trail the dawn. I'm very excited. Very excited. I hope you have a blast with it. I hope you have so much fun. I hope you really enjoy it. I'm so excited for you! I am so excited for you! What an unfighter. This is your favorite raid storyline? I'm very excited! I've heard such good things about it. I've heard such good things! Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a good time. I think it's gonna be a real good time. You do have my gratitude. Ill-fit as I am to show it for the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn another to die. I only wish to know, at last, what befell her. What do you think, Twigs? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? Here's the thing. The La Habrea of this timeline is not the La Habrea that we knew. He did use one of my allies, one of my best friends in fact, as a vessel for his own ends. But I have no idea, like... we don't know if this La Habrea would do that, because we... Pardon. Like, everyone is different. The La Habrea that possessed Thancred did so, like, 1,000 years. More than that, even. Like, a lot of things have happened to him in that time that has, like, caused him to become a worse person. Thancred thirsters need the second option to vent. We never really addressed it that much. That's the thing, like, we never really... I feel like Thancred needs some therapy after that. I feel like Thancred needs to talk to someone. Also, I have not unlocked the new jobs yet, but I'm working on leveling everything. So right now, my lowest jobs are level 30. And I'm doing them in like 10 level increments, so now I'm getting everything up to level 40, and then I'm getting everything to level 50. So once I get everything to level 80, I'll be unlocking the new jobs and get them to level 90, but... not yet, because I'm not that keen on playing them, to be honest. Like, none of them really appeal to me that much. So when everyone is like, oh, so which job are you playing for Dawn Trail? I'm like... the ones I've been playing already. I'll be playing Reaper through Dawn Trail and then using Warrior to do the dungeons and trials. That's my plan. That's how I'm gonna go about it. Oh god, I know it doesn't matter. I know that this is just flavor text. I know it has no impact on the story, but it's still important. It's still important! You're unlocking quick dimensions to see how it feels. You don't know if you can let Black Mage go. I get it. I get it. Then I definitely, like, I respect the idea of like, trying it out to see if you like it. Because that's part of why I'm leveling every job right now, is to try all of them out. Because I haven't. I've kept, like... I've kept to a couple of jobs and I haven't really expanded far out of that, so... a benefit to leveling every single job is that I get to try them. Maybe there's some other job that I really, really like. Maybe there are some that I'm gonna have a lot of fun with, you know? So I'm definitely going to try them at some point. I just, yeah, I'm leveling them all. It's partly to save on gear space. It's partly to save on gear space, honestly. Picture was a bit overturned. Apparently, yeah. Your approach is when you began never panned out to be your favorite. It's a good approach. Yeah, I think that it's smart to just, like, play all of them. Like, with healing. Like, healer is my main job. Scholar is my main job. I still consider myself a scholar main. So I thought that I should at least try out the other healers. Turns out, Astrologian, hate it. Hates playing Astrologian. I'll still play it to level it up, but I don't like it. White Mage I'm having fun with. I'm enjoying White Mage. Sage I haven't tried yet. And like I'm trying all of the other tanks as well. Like I'm just trying everything, getting everything leveled up. Maybe someday I'll change class. I mean, I swapped to Warrior because of Ardberts. Canonically, Twigs only picked up the axe because of Ardberts. Then I ended up really enjoying playing Warrior, so that worked out. But it was purely to honor Ardbert. Hi, Morg! This reminds you of Star Wars: The Old Republic. So many people are comparing this to Star Wars. And I have no context for it because I haven't seen Star Wars. Dragoon of Thor tank. My first character on a European server was a Dragoon. I played through all of A Realm Reborn as a Dragoon. And now I'm going back and leveling Dragoon on this character, which is so weird because Astinian is all over the place. Story-wise, I highly recommend leveling up Dragoon at least to level 50 before starting Heavensward, because otherwise it's weird, man. Definitely, like, if you care about story continuity, get Dragoon up to level 50 and do all of the Dragoon quests before starting Heavensward. I think you get some unique dialogue for it, too. But yeah, I like having options. I like being able to try all of them. So I'm glad that I'm finally doing that. I've been putting it off. I've been putting it off for a little bit, but I've started. Starting the old days before the calamity. White Mage. Still enjoy healing? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm having fun with White Mage. White Mage is fun. I'm excited to level it more up. Main tank and DPS roles from other MMOs. I have never played a support role in any game ever. In any game I've ever played, I've never done support roles. This is the first game that I'm doing anything aside from, like, pure DPS. White Mage is your preferred healer. I'm really enjoying Scholar as well. Like, Scholar is my main, and I think I like it so much because I'm very comfortable with it at this point. I've been playing it for, like, 2 years, and I'm very comfortable with playing Scholar. Actually, no, it's been about a year. Year and a half. Holy shit, it's coming up to 2 years on this character. Oh boy. But I'm very comfortable with Scholar, so I like it. Let's... I have no idea what he's like in the Sage. I know future La Habrea, but I don't know this La Habrea. This age? Oh yeah, he doesn't know that I'm from the future. Whoops. You Scholar at 90 ran 1 dungeon with it? How did you level it? You say to play something other than Mercedes, you always end up going back to that job. I'm excited to try it. It seems very just fire weapon, which can be fun. This age? Just how long has it been since you last met? Regardless, I'd like you to try to view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. But it is plain that there is much to consider. Thank you, Twigs. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he is concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I am loath to admit it, he would know more about these depths than any of us. And seeing as we require every advantage we can afford... Twigs, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Summoner mainly. I keep forgetting that Summoner and Scholar level at the same time, because I have not done a single dungeon with Summoner. I think the last Summoner job quest that I did was level 40. I should do that before I do the next role quest. Before I do the magic DPS role quest, I should probably do the job quest first. Erectonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Asum. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I've ever seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Asum never ceases to surprise. The previous Asum was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotion and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter. The true danger of Asam's nature is the tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Selk said much the same thing. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. I was gonna say for a moment that I hope we see Selk in this questline, but then I realized that this takes place after we were there in the past, which means he has no idea who we are. He doesn't remember us, and I don't think that my heart can take meeting Selk again and have him not have any idea who we are. Oof. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they've been transferred into deeper circles. Yet, Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of hegemony, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there is something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that that's because she's already been twisted into Hemithios, doubtless against her will. Twigs, Themis. We must rescue her from that cruel fate. And if we cannot, then we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Erixonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. P6. That's how far we are. That's exactly how far we are. Time for banger music. That seems to be the theme. That does seem to be the theme for these. Alright, let's go! 100? Okay, remind me, it was at 50 now. 50? 80! It's at 80. Also visually very cool. Very cool. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you that setting. The audio directional setting. I forgot, sorry. I was reminded by hearing the screaming. I have a parasite. Okay, easy. So far, so good. Damn it. Ugh, it was so close to being perfect! It was so close to having a perfect run! So close. I was doing it so well. I have no clue. I have no clue what any of that meant. I have no clue what any of that meant. Ugh. That was creepy. That was not a stack. Oh no, I know. Oh, I know that that wasn't a stack. I moved away. They apologized in chat. It's okay. It's okay. We sorted it out. They apologized in chat and we're friends. What a bad times after AFK. Hi Moth, hello! It's going well so far. Guys, I think I have to go start the relic weapon storyline just so I can toss the tombstones away. Cause I get over 100 per one of these fights. I think that I have to go and just do that real quick. I don't need to bother with the story in the Endwalker relic weapon, right? I can just like kind of skip through it. Because I just want to unlock the merchant. So I can toss these away. It's a delightful story though. Is it long? Is the first step of it a long story? Am I caught up on Hildy? I am caught up on Hildy. I just haven't started. I've done the entire Hildy story. I haven't started the quest to unlock the relic weapon. So the question is the relic weapon story itself something that I should like really pay attention to? Don't recall it being long, they're not super long, but that could mean anything. But like, that could mean anything. It's like an hour? Okay, then I don't want to do it now. In that case, I don't want to do it now because I don't, like, this story is already so long that I don't want to, like, make it an hour longer. In that case, I'll just wait some tombstones, it's fine. I'm not keen on, like, interrupting this to do an hour-long thing, because this has already taken so long, so... It's fine. It's not a problem. We've won! The keyword is sealed away, and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now! Give me hands out products like candy. They're very easy to get. They're very easy to get. I'm not stressed about that at all. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemony has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I'm now not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Yeah, we finished Hildebrand yesterday? Question mark? I think it was yesterday we finished Endwalker Hildy. So we're done with that. It would just be the relic weapon. Because I can't even access the merchant. I can't even access the Rosathan merchant. So I'll do it off stream, it's fine. It's not a problem. What if you're 80 years old and lamenting the fact you capped your poetics at your 20s? I think I have some bigger regrets than that in life. I think of all the things that I'm gonna regret in my 80s, I think I'll be alright. I don't think that this is gonna be high up on the list. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creator magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hamithios, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Also, Sneak Rooms, you're fine. It took me 2 streams to get through Hildy. For the record, it took me 2 full streams to get through all of Endwalker Hildy. Worth it, though. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have the consequences that reach far beyond pandemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits us, what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Swigs and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies close to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? For whom do you fight? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet, Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine, or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant of the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul it contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Erictonius. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleague's life? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother. Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service to your ambition. For the sake of the star, no doubt. Ugh, I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father! Mother. Oh, I love you so. And this voice will guide me to you. No. Listen not! Listen not, Erictonios! Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Cool. So cool. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erictonius, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could see his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erictonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperus. Doubtless Hephaestus' magic fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? That burp sound was the sound of receiving a whisper in the game. That's what that sound was. As I thought. Someone was trying to warn Erictonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erictonios' past the point of no return. I bear the burden for his failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandemonium's lower levels. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erytonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not as easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope for surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where twigs shall shine. Her dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus has had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erytonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erytonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plays our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. Did you mean to protect Erytonios with your silence, so instead of being honest you bicker like a child, and so you drove your own son out over the edge? The lore behind the Force Antagonist, yeah, I was put into a game without my knowledge as a collectible, and then Forsen played that game, found my collectible, and then someone in Forsen's chat found my channel and came into my chat and said, hey, you were just on Forsen's stream. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Turns out I was. And so you drove your own son over the edge. Someone. I'm not mentioning any names. I heard that someone is very hot too. I don't... You might be confusing them with someone else. How dare you? No. No, you are right. The blame for Erytonios' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth. But only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdisthus. She has served in Pandemonium since the inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdisthus. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with grounds on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Agdista's essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transformed such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what mercy the underworld will be to her. This should be easy, right? Easy peasy. Like, all of them have been just so easy. All of them have just been, like, shockingly easy, so I'm not worried. I'm not even concerned. See what you did there. No. I don't see what you did there. 7 out of 12. We're definitely not beating this today. I do not have it in me to stream that long. Because not only are there like 5 more fights after this, but there's also going to be a lot more lore, a lot more story. A lot more story. Victor instead of Victoria's Secret. I don't get it. I don't get it. Can you explain a little bit more? Because I still don't know. I still don't know what you did. Male models? I don't think that exists. I don't think that's a thing. I think you're making stuff up. This looks so pretty. This is so pretty. Okay. I take it back. You know what? Never mind. I don't like it. I don't like it. What did you do? Very unpleasant. Okay. Ooh! Ow. I did not move fast enough. Uh-oh. Okay, I can still hit her from here, so it's fine. I thought for a second that I screwed myself and was standing in a place where I was standing in the one place where I couldn't get a hit because I'm melee. But no, we're fine. Don't fall off. Don't run off the arena. Don't do that. Every arena where it's possible to fall off, you bet your ass I've done it. Not intentionally. Oh no! Why did I follow them? I knew that that was gonna happen. Why did I follow them? I don't know. I have no answers. I knew that that wasn't the place to stand. I couldn't see where I was walking. I couldn't see where I was walking. It's okay. It's okay. Overall, we're doing all right. Overall, we're doing all right. Boy, oh boy. I'm not the main tank. I never volunteer to main tank if I don't know the fight. I never, not once, will I rush into a fight that I'm unfamiliar with and main tank. I don't do that. It's okay, I'm new. It's okay, I'm a sprout. I'm just a little sprout. just a little sprout. The fighting is infamous as savage for having illegal markers. What does that even mean? What does illegal markers mean? Do you not want to be the last to leave? Aww. Oh, she hugged me. That felt like a pity hug. If I've ever experienced a pity hug, that was it. That was a... Aw. Aw, there. You did your best. You tried. You really tried. What did you say? The joke changing Victoria's secret to Victor's secret humorously shifts from female to male models, changing on wordplay and gender norms. Victoria is traditionally feminine, while Victor is masculine. This subverts expectations as Victoria's secret is known for female lingerie models. The humor lies in imagining many of these roles, challenging societal norms about gender and marketing, and provoking thoughts about why such shifts are surprising and amusing. That was a good essay. You know what? That was a good essay. You get a passing grade. You get a passing grade. I'll allow it. If you use third-party tools to place them outside the circle, right? Add pre-add markers on unreachable places. Oof. I don't think that that's allowed. I don't think that you're allowed to do that. That sounds illegal to me. The moment Agdisthus was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... That was my wrist cracking, yes. They do that. They do that, but only every now and then. It feels good. If only I could restore Tartarus to order. But I am afraid this is the most I can manage with such powers as remains to me. It has been too long, Master Lahabrea. Likewise, keyword Agdisthus. I would not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spell, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report. That was you! Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know. The tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I'm about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erictonios. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No, the mark masks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memory and emotions with Hephaestus. These are my recollections from the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erictonios. My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erictonios believes that he feels love, but he's shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. This dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that's what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that his true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadows. Erictonios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erictonios, I hope. Thank you, Odysseus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Wrist do need a good cracking every now and then. I can crack a lot of things. I can crack my wrist, my fingers, my elbows, my neck, sometimes my shoulder, my knees, and all my toes, and my ankle. can't crack my back, though. Literally never once in my life been able to crack my back. That upsets me greatly. I can't crack my back. I've tried! I've tried every single, like, video guide on how to crack your back. I can't do it. It doesn't work for me. It simply does not work for me. None of them do. I've never been able to. Other people have tried. I've tried every single, like, strategy to crack your back. It doesn't work. My back is uncrackable. Of all the things that are wrong with me, that's the worst one. You can crack others' back, you can't crack mine. Can't crack mine! You lay down, cross your legs one over the other knee. Wait, you cross your leg over the other, the knee should go down further than the other. I've tried that! I have looked up about 1,000, like, different ways how to crack your back. They don't work for me. Not a single one. Trust me, I've tried. Not a single other person has ever managed to do it. I'm telling you, my back is uncrackable. But I can crack my wrist. You used to be able to do it, then you deployed wearing a flak vest for 6 months, messed you up permanently? Oof. Oof. I'm sorry. You lean against a door frame and twist, you can feel every bone up your spine. That sounds so good, but it doesn't do that for me! It doesn't do the same for me! This is so upsetting. I'm so upset. Like this was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments. That she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. I wonder if I want to leave it here. Because we've done 7. We know that there are 5 left and probably a whole lot more story. So I wonder if this is like a good halfway point. Oh my god, I can hear my own jumping so much better. Don't know if I like that. But yeah, look, listening position. It's a scale from 0 to 100, from camera to character. I've never seen that in any game. If I have it at the camera, I can't hear my own jumping. Do I want to always be hearing my own footsteps and jumps? I'll try it out. You know what? I'll experiment. What does Limsa sound like? Like this. It will no longer, like, shift based on where I'm holding the camera, though, which is interesting. Like, that might actually be pretty nice. Maybe. Maybe. Like this crafter right here, for example, if the direction is based on your camera, I could have done this and no longer heard them. I don't know what you're saying. Ah! Maybe I like it having it. Maybe I like having it be based on the camera more. You know what? Maybe I do prefer that. I don't know. This feels weird. It feels different. It feels very different. It feels very different. I don't know if I like it. I'll play around with it a little bit. But that being said, we played for 50 days worth of playtime the other day. Yeah, it's different. Camera sound is more overall compared to character. Yeah, I wonder if maybe if I put it on like 20 or something, so that it's instead of being here, that the audio location would be like here instead. Maybe that's a good compromise. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know yet. I'll have to experiment. I'll have to experiment with this a little bit. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Hi, Sasha. Hello. I am just ending. I'm just ending, but it is very lovely to see you. It's very nice to see you. I hope you're well. Having that character means you can sometimes hear the sound lag behind here, but behind your character, like we don't have white mage. Ah. I don't know if I like that either. You know what? I don't think that the game is meant to have your... I don't think that this is intended. Maybe 69 is, in fact, the superior position. Maybe it actually is the choice. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna go. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're just ending. We're just ending. I'ma go. I'll be back not tomorrow. Tomorrow is my day off. Tomorrow's my day off, and I intend to spend it playing Final Fantasy. Tomorrow is my day off, and I'll be sitting here playing more Final Fantasy 14. But I will be back on Thursday, and we'll finish Pandemonium. We'll return on Thursday, and we'll wrap up Pandemonium. We'll do all of that. And get it done. And then on Friday, on Day of the Fried, we are doing the raid series. So if you've been excited for the Endwalker raid series, then you should be here on Friday. You should be here then. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. That means a lot. Thank you for spending your time here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for not making too much fun of me when I died repeatedly. Although I guess I did even that out by having a lot of perfect runs as well. Did even that out by having a lot of really good runs. So, you know what? I already redeemed myself. I already redeemed myself, so I don't even care. We're gonna go raid LaFay. LaFay's one of my best friends. I love her to death. Go say hi. She's wearing cat ears, so like go make fun of her for that. Tell her she's pretty. And I will see you all on Thursday. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Thanks for spending your time here. Have a lovely rest of your night. Have a lovely day tomorrow. And I'll see you when I see you. Bye-bye.